It is I. It is I. Early. I'm checking the audio. That's why I'm singing like that. Nerdy's Bird, Ball, It, Andrew, Maxim, and Abel. Welcome. Thank you for being here early. It says, hi, hello, hi, Stephen. Big fan and lurker here after a while. Very happy to have you here. Truly. It is seriously good. It is seriously good to have you here. I got to get woke. I got to get woked up. You know, trying to switch to nights, you know, living this new life. Totally different schedule now. Trying to switch over to being used to taking care of my kid for whole days. Like 11 hours of taking care of my kid. And then we're used to winding down. Now we start working. So I got to get... just summon a lot of power, a lot of incredible power. All right, what do we got going on? Here a little early because we're going to be designing to celebrate the new design course going on sale for Black Friday. You can see the info right above me. Form for Imagination is up to $100 off. Design Fundamentals is 10% off. And you can find the links to their pages in the description of this stream. I'm going to slightly reshape my camera here. 1 second. There we go. And you can see me. My camera is not in the way. Kyokusei, hello. The US votes online, says Mega Man is more of a mega boy. Just saying, just saying. Yeah, he's a bit of a mega boy, isn't he? Especially that voice that they gave him in the dubs in the games. I was like, remember the first time I heard X's voice in something, I think like my cousin was next to me and she was like, Mega Man's a girl? And I was like, first off, that's not Mega Man. That's X. And also, sentient robots are sexless. And also, if he's coded male. Shut up. That was my exact reaction at 8 years old to my cousin. When did Mega Man X come out? I'm going to guess 1995. 1993. 1993. Wow, I was 3 years old when Mega Man X came out. Is that really possible? I should take my chance here in the pre-show to thank the new patrons who have joined and supported the channel on Patreon since the last stream. The last stream was October 28th. So from there, we've got Nightkin Realms, Jawal or Jawal, and Philip DLR. So once again, that's Nightkin Realms, Jawal, and Philip DLR. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, supporting these streams, supporting everything that we do here. My God, we do a lot, don't we? To me, you guys are the real Mavericks, the renegades. But really Mavericks, like the robot Mavericks, like the bosses from the Mega Man X series. That's what you are. You all have funky designs. You're all themed off of something, probably an animal, not necessarily an animal. It could be themed off of an element, but you're probably an animal. You're very funkily designed, and you've been infected by the Wily/Sigma virus. And I think that's great. I think that's great. And yeah, you're going to be charged with a seigneurial that is an environment that happens to match your theme, and you're going to have to middle manage all of the lesser robots that march around that place and look for maverick hunters. And yeah, that doesn't sound super fun, especially since you're just going to have to stay in like a square-ish room the whole time that you do that, waiting for a maverick hunter to show up and kick your ass. But it's super, super important that you do that because, like I said, you're a middle manager. You're a middle manager for Sigma. In this case, I'm Sigma, but not like a Sigma, not like the weird antecedent to betas and alphas, like Sigma, the final boss from every Mega Man X game, is what I'm Yeah, the metaphor held up perfectly. The analogy held up perfectly. Emiliano gives 100 MX. Thank you so much. Is that Mexican pesos? I forget. Hi, I love your channel. It's really helped me get better at drawing. You're the GOAT. Someone say the Dark Souls of drawing. Thank you, Emiliano. That means a lot. I'm the Dark Souls of drawing. I wish there was a way through a YouTube widget you could fight me at drawing. I do wish that was possible. Not some lame challenge or something like that. Like, you know, I'm going to draw a flower and you're going to draw a flower. Let's see whose flower is better. Not that. I wish there was a way that like the stream could actually take control of like the resistance level of your paper and we go line for line. And if I do a better line than yours, your line gets erased. And then we see who can even get a drawing out. Yeah, I wish we could do that. I really wish. That would definitely make me the Dark Souls of drawing. Am I the GOAT? That I am. Everybody knows that. Nobody's confused about that. Everybody knows that I am the GOAT. Am I loud enough? Let me know. Or am I too loud? Because I've got the microphone in a different position. Did I miss anybody? Fripp. Hello, Fripp. Hello, Hend Selp. Hend Selp. Jake Lockhart. Hello. Hi, everybody. Colin Gallagher. Hello. Suplex Mess. Abel says Steven on his Sigma grind set. Hopefully not. Suplex Mess says Mega Man X going to give it to you. Mega Man X going to give it to you. That doesn't sound anything like gonna give it to you. My voice is starting a little hoarse because right before I went on stream, I was having a dance party with my baby and I wound up belting a lot of the songs as we were dancing. So I real quick right before stream, even though I was genuinely trying to be a little conservative throughout the day, right before stream started, couldn't help myself. Burned my voice out. I'll warm up a bit before we get into it. Since we're in the pre-show, also, if anybody has any questions, throw them out. Another reason I wanted to go live is because to do design work on here, I'm hopefully going to remember to focus and chat a little less than usual. Because if I don't do that, I'm not gonna, design is very hard. If you're trying to do a design worth your salt, you gotta shut up and pay attention for a little bit. So I'll answer some questions at the beginning here, hopefully cant it towards the beginning of stream. And then when I try to sketch X and whoever else we're gonna draw, I'll try to shut up for waves. My white balance is off here. Actually, is it? Oh boy, did I blow it. Is it just that this paper is very warm? Because it is. That looks white enough. Oh, I've got a warm light behind me too. That's what it is. Actually, I will mess with it. There we go. Now it looks nice and white. Chris says, good thumbnail, dude. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. I'm gonna slow my brain down on this warm up. Bring myself down to designing speed. Pencil Pages, hello. I'm already hot. Ahmed says, you're so tough, gang. Toughest artist out there. I am tough. I really am. The art of Corey Van Landingham says, hey man, just saying your candid attitude toward perfectionism and expectations of consistency are great. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you think so. You know, we have to destroy perfectionism. It's not good. It's a useless thing because it's impossible, and to aim for it when you're a beginner and intermediate is totally illogical, and just it's completely without reference point or anything like that. It doesn't make any sense. Jakob Dunman with $10 donation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Jakob says, hi, Stephen. I took an intro to figure drawing course. The system involved drawing and connecting a lot of points. I hated drawing this way. Can you recommend any system of figure drawing for beginners? You might have been doing like the Anthony Ryder method. Let me know if I'm right about that, because I've actually experimented with that method before. That's a shot in the dark. Is it the Anthony Ryder method from his book? I think it's one of these generic names, you know, for marketing, because art is such a niche. All the books have like the same title. I think Anthony Ryder's book was called like The Complete Guide to Figure Drawing for Artists or something like that. But he teaches like the envelope and then a lot of point to point and literally like making constellations and stuff like that. In general, any system like that, Anthony Ryder's system, Loomis's system, Bridgman's system, Riley abstractions, every system that you can find out there in the art world, the one mistake everybody makes is it's just training wheels. That's all it is. As Alan Watts says, once you get the message, you hang up the phone, right? So you just use that as a way to scaffold your thinking and to help you understand something very complicated. And the second that you have grasped the concept that system is trying to teach you, in the case of going point to point, maybe it's the subtlety of angles, precision mapping of like apexes and concavities on something like the figure. As soon as you understand that, you throw it away. You don't need to do it anymore. You don't need to do it anymore. All great artists, they abandon all systems. In the end, they always go back to just drawing the way that comes naturally. It just winds up being informed by all of the systems that they've practiced in the past. But I promise you, Loomis didn't draw with the Loomis method. When Loomis drew, he just fucking drew. When Loomis draws, it's always the Loomis method. The Loomis method as we know it, with the sphere, with things getting cut off the sides and all that, that is definitely just the way he taught his students, right? The same way that when I teach my students, I sort of envelop ideas into these little constructs that are not the way I actually draw, but they capture the spirit of the underlying principles of what I'm doing when I draw. But you can't draw that way all the time. You're just going to stifle yourself. Drawing is about being, you know, very energetic and expressive. So what do I think about the point-to-point thing and your frustration? I understand the frustration. There probably is something useful to learn in the point-to-point system, but I think it will be easier on you to stomach practicing it and maybe delivering some assignments in that style if you remember that it's not forever. You're not actually expected to draw that way forever. It's just a way for you to understand a core concept. Me personally, a class that forces people to use a particular method, that ain't me. I mean, I would very rarely, if ever, do that. It would have to make perfect sense for the material that's being taught. I just, it reeks of grading to me, and there's really no reason to grade art ever. Last time I said that, someone said, yes, there is. For the fundamentals, you should grade it. And I'm like, no. No, not even that. That's a long discussion too, because it's not just can you grade the fundamentals, which is like, maybe, but also the question really is, should you? Because it has a big mental effect on people to grade something like the fundamentals. I actually think it can fuck them up for their whole life. So I wouldn't do it. I mean, you might have to as a teacher, you know, when you're teaching at a college or something like that, they make you grade because everything is bureaucracy now. But I just mean if it was at all an option, I wouldn't do it. It's not what art is about. And if you think it is, go move to Russia and join a Russian academy. Andy Bo, how you doing, buddy? Mega Man, it's coming. We're still 1 minute ahead of schedule. Meejip Man is coming. I was going to play the soundtrack on this stream while I drew, but I tested it and it does get a copyright strike, unfortunately. So you all should put on the Mega Man X soundtrack in a separate tab during this stream, because I'm just going to have to be in silence. As much as I would love to be hearing dun 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 bum 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 bada bum 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 scoop bada bada bum 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 bada da 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 bum ba bada bada ba bada ba 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 bada ba bada bada ba bada ba 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 Scoobity ba 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 Scooda ba ba dee ba da ba 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 do da 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 dee da 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 ba dee da do da be da ba da ba ba Scoopy da ba da be da wa da oh ba dee da ba da be da ba 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 boo doo doo ba da ba da ba dee da ba ba da be da boo da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba. I love how cringe scatting is. It really is cringe. It's super fun to do, but it's so laughably cringy. Probably by volume, a third of the entire stream archive is me scatting. Probably, if you actually add it up. There's whole 4-hour streams from like 2019 where all I do is scat. That's it. And yes, of course, whenever I'm scatting, I'm always imagining that I'm up on stage in a smoky jazz club in a beautiful sequin dress. Always. Fripp says, oh no, it's so good it'll get a copyright strike. You're right, it will. Ba-na-nan. Bum bum bum. Ba-na-ba-na-bum. Ba-na-ba-ba-ba-ba. Be-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-da-ba. All right. I did my little warm up. Again, let me just remind myself to slow down to designing speed. I think one of the most common problems artists of this era have is that they just draw way too fast. And I think that that's from sped up time-lapse videos. We all get exposed to that, and our brain can't comprehend the increase in speed. So our brain thinks, all right, that's probably 2x or 3x real speed, when in actuality, most time-lapse videos that you see are, the speed up rate is ridiculous. It's actually, for real, 1,000x or more. I have time-lapse videos in my archive that I remember from making the video that when I squished them, it was 1,000 times actual speed, which your brain can't parse. But I think that that affects you. I think that that does unconsciously make you think that you are, even though you know it's silly to compare yourself to a time-lapse, your, physiologically evolved primate brain is like, I'm supposed to be drawing pretty quickly. And I think that over the years, that has probably sort of chopped off the bottom of how slow you could actually draw for a lot of people. I think it gets in the nervous system. Some of the best artists I've ever seen are so slow that it's almost unbelievable. I saw someone in chat the other day, someone put a saying in chat that really captures the spirit of it for me. Let me see if I remember correctly. They wrote, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. I don't know if they came up with that. I don't know who they were quoting, but that's it, Some slow, careful lines to remind me. I'm not going to actually draw this slow when I draw, just because it doesn't feel natural to me, but I feel like doing this before a design session does help me sort of balance out. Because I know for me especially, having been a commercial artist for many, many years, I'm just terribly fast by default, because I'm just used to having a deadline, or I get a call from the AD and they're like, I've got a meeting in a half hour. Can you do 3 sketches? It's like, all right, 10 minutes each, I'm used to that, so I just naturally go very quickly. All right, that'll do it. Johnny Pearson, with a $5 donation. Thank you so much, Johnny. I appreciate it. Johnny says, Steven, I've revisited my motives for art. I went off track copying techniques from YouTube, and thanks to your stream, now I make things I want to make. Yes, yes. What? Yeah. See that? You see that? You see that? They always told me. They always told me I'd never help anybody, that it was all for nothing. But I got proof right there, Johnny Pearson. Stream helped him. What now? What now? Who was wrong? You were wrong. It was you. You were wrong. So wrong. So wrong. Thanks, Johnny. Seriously. Thank you for the donation. I still need this, right? Goodbye, Anirudh. Sleep well. EC said, I recently watched your conversation with MT Wells. It completely shook me out of that speed perspective. Good. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It really messes a lot of people up. I was reminded of this. I think about this a lot. I first encountered this many years ago. I remember I have an explicit memory that I can date to 2012 of me. I know exactly where I was, what room I was in, really grappling with this problem for real. And for the first time, forcing myself to work mechanically at what I felt was like half speed to address it and to really take my time with my lines. I can place that first time being like, well, I should just mechanically force myself to slow down while I do my lines. 2012, yeah. So I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I was reminded of it recently. I was watching a video on Carlos Huante's Patreon, and it was just a silent video of him putting some yellow marker on a monster, and in 10 minutes he only did its lower jaw. You know, and the drawing was probably like the jaw was maybe, you know, it looked like it was probably like the size of like top knuckle of my thumb, two of those on top of each other. It was like the jaw and some of the neck, and it took him 10-minute video in real time. You know, the rarest stuff for people to post. Real time video, 10 full minutes. That's all I did. Just a little bit of yellow marker hatching on the lower jaw. Some of the best artists in the world are so slow. And that just means that they're taking their time, and they're, you know, that you don't know how fast you think. You probably think you think faster than you do. And it's just making you resort to habit, right? And it's like, be a little humble. Say, actually, I have a pretty slow brain for coming up with new things, and just go really slow so that your mind has a second to think up something. All right. What are we doing here? It's now 7:10, so let's start looking at Mega Man. Let me capture my PureRef screen so I can show you guys what I'm looking at. I put this little board together yesterday just so I wouldn't have to reference hunt on stream. Whoop. It's not right. Okay. Let's see. If I turn off capture cursor. Okay, my PureRef is busted. Let me delete that. Let me move stream over to another window, to another monitor. Let me pull PureRef up over here. Okay. So we're doing Mega Man X. Wait, let me pull up something else too. Hi Nantel. Hello Lack. Hello Snail Solve. Is that right? Okay. Mega Man X. You may all be familiar with it. So I have some references here for X and for Zero. I also have the bosses, the Robot Masters. I just pulled their official art from like the instruction manual. And Sigma, the big boss, is there too. I definitely want to take a shot at X and Zero, and who knows? I mean, who knows how long that'll take. I might bounce off of some things, might want to chew on something like it's a bone. Other things I might just bounce off of and I'll have time to do a bunch of characters. I don't know, but we're just doing sketches. You know, we're looking for ideas. So I do have the Robot Masters here, and definitely can't do all of them, but I don't know if I'm feeling doing Sigma right now because it's like another straight up humanoid. X and Zero are archetypal, so I do want to give them a look. If I was going to do any of the Robot Masters, right now I'm feeling maybe Flame Mammoth and Storm Eagle. Flame Mammoth, Storm Eagle, maybe Armored Armadillo. That's the ones I would like to sketch, I think. Okay. So anybody who's taken the design course or taken my workshop knows that, by the way, the design course is on sale for Black Friday. The info's right above me. You get it. Knows that I talk about like beginner, intermediate, and advanced projects. So beginner, you work with source material and you follow it pretty directly. Intermediate, you do some sort of genre bend. So the thing about doing Mega Man is that I have done this before. So for anyone who hasn't seen, a long time ago, I did redesign the Mega Man X bosses for myself. So, whoops. Like there's Armored Armadillo. These are, when are these from? These are probably from 2016, which is, oh my God, coming up on 10 years ago now, 9 years old. There's Armored Armadillo. Here's Boomer Kawanger. I won't take you through all of them. Flame Mammoth. Who else I got? Spark Mandrill. I really like how Spark Mandrill came out. Still like that. Sort of like a line art, flat color version of like Marvel Iron Man aesthetic is kind of what I was going for. Launch Octopus too. I thought Launch Octopus had the best design moment in the head part. You know, he sort of has like a xenomorph-like head. Gave him like the big, like did an octopus sack sort of missile launcher up behind there. And then I tucked like the fishes that he shoots out back there. And I had a fun time doing the triangular profile tentacles too. Turbines, because he doesn't need feet and all that. Sigma, I guess I'm showing you most of them. Sigma and Velgarder. So I did all the Robot Masters, or I did all the Mavericks, and I did not do Zero, but when I posted it, I posted this. Just official Capcom art of Zero, because Zero's already so cool. No changes needed. No changes. Storm Eagle. Storm Eagle. Sting Chameleon. So, like I was saying, I've kind of already redesigned Mega Man X. So, when I did it here, I would say it was sort of like on the beginner project level. I just veered very close to the source material, and I did not do an intermediate genre bend, right? I just did, I just made it a little slicker and more sci-fi, you know. I would do a lot of things different if I did it again now in this method, but like I said, for me, really, it was really more like make it a little bit more techy and I transferred over some of the design language that I liked from like Marvel Iron Man stuff, mixed it with the funner, campier 90s aesthetic of like the Mega Man designs. I had a ton of fun doing this, but given that everybody voted for Mega Man X, want to do it again. So this time I'm going to do an intermediate. I'm going to do more of a genre bend. So I'm going to do Mega Man X as a dungeon punk thing. So I've got some references here from Dungeons and Dragons. A bunch of things, actually. Eberron, which is like the quintessential, the thing that created dungeon punk. If you don't know, dungeon punk is just like, well, if you know cyberpunk, it's cyberpunk in fantasy, right? So it's magic is technology, and it's gritty, and it's noir, and you know, wizards use their wands like guns and things like that. And the reason that I went with dungeon punk is because it has this idea that you could sort of make androids that are animated by magic. So that felt like a little tentacle that was reaching as close to sci-fi as it could. So I thought, all right, Mega Man X is very sci-fi. So if I'm gonna try to genre bend it all the way to fantasy, let's use dungeon punk as a starting point. But of course, this isn't like some locked in hard aesthetic with rules or anything like that. It really is more of like a genre of storytelling and things like that. So I should feel pretty free to do whatever I want. And yeah, a lot of fun stuff here. You know, there's like another android. Train, that's like a mech too. When I was searching, I found one example here of somebody doing Mega Man / Final Fantasy. So I thought that was cute. Cute example. All right, so that's my plan. Let's do some sketching. And I'm gonna work traditional today because last time I did Mega Man in the stuff I showed you, I did it digital. So let's do traditional. Keep some of the charm and joy of traditional. Nanthil says, I thought a lot about what you said last time. Oh, we talked about a lot. I haven't drawn regularly in ages. I've been drawing more than ever in the past since I saw you last. Excellent. You know, that's what we're here for. To keep drawing going in the world. All right, I'm going to make my reference board small. Trusty timer. Eraser, sharpen my pencils. I've got my kit that has some inks in it. Since I'm doing traditional, I did set aside some markers for this one. We'll see if we use them. Mega Man X is, of course, very colorful, so goodbye, cursed fetus. All right, reference is smaller. Get rid of all my old art. And I want to pull my OBS feed just a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer. All right, now we're almost off to the races here. Let me just go through chat once more, because like I said, I'm going to have to focus up a little bit to design. Let me go up a bit here. Sigma was ahead of its time. Yeah. Hello, Art Dad. Art Dad says, "What's up, Steven? Hope infant life isn't kicking your ass too much." You know, having an infant is great, but what's going to be tough is switching my schedule around. You know, I've been a morning artist my whole life. No, not my whole life, but for most of since college. You know, like a lot of artists, I was a night owl all through high school and all that. But then once I started college, I was like, this ain't sustainable. So I started working on it there, and for most of the years since, I've just been hard morning person. Favorite, most productive hours for drawing, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., you know? Cup of coffee. Usually I've already been awake for a couple hours before that. So, yeah, right now it's looking like I've got to switch to doing nights like these hours, you know, 6 to midnight, 6 to 1, something like that. So that's going to be tough. But so far, having a baby is just good stuff. But I hear it only gets harder. So when you start, you're like, all right, well, you know, newborn, no sleep. That's got to be the hardest part, right? And then once you're in it, you start looking at the reality of everything. And then you're like, no, it's probably okay. It's only going to get harder. Gotcha. Lax says, Steven, insights on the research part of the design process? Don't just look at Pinterest. There should be a lot of reading when you're researching. Too many people research just by going through Pinterest and looking at images abstracted from context. Don't do that. If you're really researching something, it's like you should be reading Wikipedia pages very often. You know, if you're not reading any Wikipedia pages, you're not researching anything. It's like if you have a big project that you need to do in the Gothic style, right? Is it really so much to ask that you read the whole Wikipedia for Gothicism? Maybe that makes me come off pretentious or something like that, but you're trying to. You think that'll make you worse? Make it harder for you to do Gothicism? Like, just read the page. There's so much art history that people don't read. They don't know it. God damn it. Why? Zachary says, did you play Mega Man a lot on the NES or PlayStation? I played it on the Super Nintendo for Mega Man X's 1 through 3, then PlayStation for like 4, 5, 6. Mega Man, I didn't play that many of original Mega Man. I played Mega Man 8, that was on PlayStation. And I want to say I played like, what was the one I had for NES? It's probably like Mega Man 3 or something like that. But Mega Man X was really what I liked. Thank you, Chris Fetus. Says, sheesh, you nailed them so well on the Mega Man X, the first time I redesigned Mega Man X that I showed. Ansel says, you mentioned artists finding their passion drawing animals or whatever. I think I might have found mine after all these years. I really like strong, bold, simple shapes. Good. That should always be what guides you. Just the passion. Go for the passion. That's the most sustainable thing. Sometimes we all need to take detours and stuff, but do the passion. All right. Oh. Okay. Let's start here with X. And we're going to do Dungeon Punk. Whoops, I already misspelled dungeon. Dugan. How do you spell dungeon? Dungeon Punk. And I'm going to try him as a knight, because he's already got with the armor, already got like a knightly aesthetic going. Mega Buster is a sword, I guess. And I'm also going to try him as a mage, which already I think works better because his aesthetic is more aligned with knight for me because armor, right? Breastplates, greaves, pauldrons. X has that on him. But for gameplay, you know, how you actually are as X versus how you look, I think mage makes more sense. Especially once you have all of the Maverick's weapons. It's like you're shooting tornadoes and flames and, you know, you're really doing like magic basically. So I think mage is probably going to be the way to go. So I'm going to try the Buster as a staff or a wand. Staff/wand. And maybe I'll try it as like a glyph arm. Elden Ring style. And I'm also just going to try it as a dungeon punk gun, as just a buster. So that could get a little bit more, even into steampunky I'd be fine with probably. Not quite steampunky, but just saying it's possible to go that way. And we'll do notes like that. And yeah, just for the record, again, anyone who's taking the design course knows how big I am on writing. If you're really designing, if you're being serious about it, as for me, for my money, it's like you need to have your notes up there, right? You need to at least write them once, right? It would be good, especially if you're a beginner, to write things out and rewrite them at the top of every damn page so that you actually know what you're going for, what you're trying. Because it's very easy for a lot of people who draw to get lost in the sauce while they're drawing. And they just get caught up trying to do a pretty drawing. So, write, take notes. I am not gonna, let's see. So I don't like to, I personally, when I start with characters, I don't like to spend too much time doing like thumbnails. I don't really think that is a character. So I'll probably try to do some, you know, start with a face, you know, maybe a little action, a bust, but I'll start here with some little tiny sketches. Just to start thinking about. Oh, another thing that I thought when I was thinking about doing this is since it's fantasy and wasn't doing like the more hard sci-fi thing that you saw me doing on my old redesign, I want to let a little of the anime stuff shine through on this one because I think it's always good to just honor the source material. So I'm not going to shy away from letting it stay anime. Sorry, I'm a little dark here. Okay. Immediately upon doing the first sketch, another thing that makes me not like Knight with sword for the Mega Buster at all, which is that this steps on Zero. So I'm just going to put a little X here. It's like Zero iconically has the sword, even though he doesn't have the sword in the first Mega Man X. He's actually all Buster in Mega Man X. The sword has become his iconic thing. So I don't want to shy away from that. So I don't like that it steps on Zero's icon. So it took one sketch for me to be like, you know what? No, we're not doing Knight. We're not doing X as a Knight. We're going to have to put in the work to make him a mage. I'll finish the sketch just for the sake of completion. In X6, X has the Z-Saber. Yes, that's true. But at that point, it's sort of built up. So you understand that X having it is like an homage to Zero, you know? So for that, so I don't want to do that. I know I don't like this sketch, but when I'm doing a design session, I'll still keep going on sketches that I know are failures because you never know what conversation it might spark for either a client or for yourself later. And also it just keeps your hand going. You know, even if you don't like the overall idea, you might be putting shapes on the sketch that work within the theme. In this case, the Dungeon Punk theme. So you may still find useful shapes you can put on another sketch, even on a sketch you don't like. X-shaped sword hilt, of course. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We've already learned a lot. We're one sketch in, and we've already learned a lot. Like I said, I hope you all bear with me that I talk less on this stream because you can't really, there's no hope of really being designing if you're constantly, if your attention is split, talking, constantly looking up and down a chat. If I want to, I just need to, like, when I'm doing a sketch, focus on the sketch to actually design it. I see people saying X is better than, well, they're very different games, I think. You know, I think Mega Man and Mega Man X series are quite different. They're going for different things. But yeah, X is my personal preference. Someone says that is up to 6. Once they made the transition to 3D, I really think things fell apart. Oh my God, the art. You know, I wanted to love it. I was such a big fan, but like the art on X7, like just the 3D looked so bad. It looked so bad. It just lost. How did they bring themselves to do it? Like with the beauty of the sprite artwork that team had built up across all those years, to then switch to that gray, no lighting, low res textures, 3D was like, oh, like just, you know, get back to pixel pushing, brothers. What are you doing? But yeah, between sketches, I'll try to answer questions. Zangadi says, if I have ADHD and art progress doesn't give me the instant reward, obviously, that I get from games, how do I stick through it for years and years? I quit playing video games. I mean, ADHD wasn't even part of the discussion then. When I decided to be a pro, basically after my senior year of high school, I said, this is a very hard job. I see that it's very hard to get this job and you need to be really, really good at art. I didn't have a lot of talent, so I knew I had a long way to go. So after high school, when I moved to LA, I made the conscious choice, even though I love video games, they're still some of my favorite things. I said, I'm done. I can't have them in the house. I mean, my roommates had video games, stuff like that, but I didn't play them, and I didn't bring my console with me or anything like that. And I didn't play. That was, for me, the decision was, do I want to play video games or do I want to work on video games, right? Even though, I was more focused on movies back then. But so yeah, I didn't play a video game, really. I played a few in the intervening years, but from end of high school to when I got my job on Elder Scrolls Online and bought a PS4 to actually play the game that I was going to work on, I only played like a handful of Zelda games. I played them at my friends' houses. I just didn't want to miss them, usually on summer break. So I played Link Between Worlds and Skyward Sword. I think those are the games that I played. And yeah, besides that, no video games. And then when I got the job on ESO back in 2018, so it's probably about 10 years I didn't play video games, I bought a PS4, and I bought ESO and Bloodborne, and then the doors were thrown wide open once again. Those were the only two games on my PS4 for a long time, ESO and Bloodborne, and I played maybe 2 hours of ESO for research purposes, and I think my character with the most hours on it in my Bloodborne, which my save just got deleted, actually, by the way. I'm upset about that. But I think my character with the most hours in Bloodborne had like 300 something. And then I had a couple other characters that had like 120, 150. All right. All right, let me just answer these questions. Elysium Lost. Stephen, what are your thoughts on using other people's... Sorry, I'm moving my board around. What are your thoughts on using other people's art for study or some reference? For study, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, everybody needs to study other people's art. For reference, I mean, there's a quasi-fine line between using another person's art for reference and sort of tracing them for all intents and purposes, even if you're not literally tracing. But most people know that line when they find it. It doesn't require some great amount of sensitivity to know where that line is. What's it like for the health of the practice as well as the skill side? Always grateful for some Zapata wisdom. Well, studying other artists is very important for the skill side. There's just, it's steroids, because an artist who has great skill has already developed a lot of useful shorthands. So they're giving you like a distilled solution for a problem. Of course, if you only study one artist, you don't know what the shorthands are alluding to because you're only getting the truth through one lens. So you need to study a lot of artists so that all of their individual viewpoints in your mind create a platonic shape of a face, platonic shape of a hand, platonic shape of a body that becomes this sort of living model in your mind that you can then extrapolate into different forms. Very light art discussions on this channel. We always keep it very light. For the health of the practice, it can hurt the practice if you're doing more of the referencing and not studying, and you're spending most of your time, if you're spending a lot of brain time ripping somebody off, but worrying a lot about how you can not look like a ripoff of them, you're probably hurting the practice. Like, you're distracted. You're supposed to be focusing on the content of the pictures, not the way the pictures are done. Unfortunately, in our current era, people over-concentrate on the way the pictures are done because we sort of lack structure and meaning, so it's difficult to have a conversation about content. People just want to compare themselves. They don't want to talk about what they love and their emotions and things like that. Sorry, my YouTube feed crashed. I don't know why, but my YouTube studio crashes all the time while I'm streaming. Juan says, "Hi, Steven. Ever notice Mavericks don't have have any functional sense? Lots of lights, tubes, square things that go nowhere, but look super cool aesthetically." Yeah, it's because of I think that's just because of the limitations of the technology at the time. It's like, even if you did come up with something super amazingly functional with like really cool U-joints and things like that, you know, the things had to be 32 pixels wide, the sprite. It's like you couldn't show it, you know, it wouldn't make any sense. So that would have actually been a worse design for that era, because then it would have been functional but unreadable, and it would have been ugly. So that's the bigger failure than having it be non-functional but it looks great, right? So I think it's not like those artists couldn't have come up with something functional. They were great artists, the people who were doing these designs. I truly believe that. It's just that it doesn't make sense for the limitations, right? It's one thing, the drawings. You know, we can look at a cool drawing of a robot master. Yeah, maybe that would be a bit cool if there's a little bit more functionality, but where the meat and potatoes is the sprite, the actual thing you fight in the game, and that's 32 pixels wide or whatever it is. You know, you can't do U-joints and things like that. Okay. All right, I answered a bunch of questions. I see there's a couple more, but let me do another sketch here. So maybe we'll come back and visit X as a knight just for the sake of checking. But the idea of him, the X-Buster being a sword, he fights with Zero. I know I want Zero to have a sword. It feels like he has to have a sword. Screw it. It feels perfectly good to me to have X be a mage, and that makes more sense with the elemental weapons that he acquires. Not going to even try to do any good anime stuff. I just want to keep the iconic proportion of like eye placement. To me, it's very iconic for Mega Man X that they don't have eyebrows. The top of it's at the top, the bottom of the helmet is their eyebrow. So I want to keep that. That means the pupils have to sit really low. So helmet, a hood. You know what? I'll explain my choices after. I'm just going to draw. My microphone surprised me. I was like, what the? I can tell we're going to burn through a lot of paper tonight. Who gave me money? I can see that. I'm trying to focus. Suddenly there's a big yellow flash. Don't give me money. Of course, give me money. Thank you, Basic Syphilis, with a $9.99 donation. Anything else that anybody else has been saying, I will go back and read after I get this sketch out. Basic Syphilis says, good evening, Stephen. Almost an hour late, but hey, let's get it. Showing some love and a little help with the Pampers. Thank you, Basic Syphilis. Thank you for the help with the Pampers. God, we're experimenting with all sorts of diapers right now. I can't wait to get back to the Pampers because so far they're number one. And we were like, we should try them all, see if we like any of the cheaper alternatives. Some of them are usable, but they've all got problems. The Pampers that we got currently have a perfect track record. Not a single recorded blowout in them yet. Thank you, Basic Syphilis. Should X have hair? Does that make it feel more fantasy? Don't know. All right, I'm going to keep rolling and do another sketch, but basically what I found here, hood in the helmet shape. I don't know about this big scarf thing. That might feel a little bit too much like Proto Man, if Proto Man was ever going to be in this world. More light armor knightly pauldrons, because X does have pauldrons, and the pauldrons are important because visually that's like a big distinction between X and Mega Man. So for me, I feel like the pauldrons are important. Coat, more wizardy, more magey, something long and flapping. That doesn't feel like X, but whatever. Book of Spells down here, possible. Cloth, some light gauntlets. Still want him to feel armored. Right now he feels like a human who's armored. I wonder if if I want him more to feel like he is an android, like a Warforged kind of a thing. Here I did more like the steampunky gun version of the Mega Buster over here on the right arm. Should probably only draw him flipped so that I can always get a clean look at the Mega Buster, because having the connection hidden over there is a pain in the ass for actually designing it. Main theme and form language touchstone is X's. So if you pay attention, there's little X's hidden everywhere, right? Like the studs or buttons on the coat. It's like makes a little X. The Buster is like a chubby X, right? So you can see there's a little indent here. I could do another indent there, indent there. It's like it kind of makes a bold, fattened X, right? So basic shape design kind of a thing. Tubes, please try to make your tubes interesting. I say to myself and to the audience. Don't just make them normal tubes. Look for weird connections and details, and always give them interesting interfaces and things like that. Maybe let's do more clearly an android. Magically animated android. It's like, do we want him in robes? Asymmetrical kind of pauldron thing going on here. And of course, the big question, how much of the giant feet do we want? Always a question. You know, they're so iconic for Mega Man X. Oh, the giant lower legs are so important to the classic Mega Man X design language. But how do you make sense of them? Well, usually I find whenever I find myself asking that, I find that I've overlooked the possible answer. They don't have to make sense. Okay. Heavy on the robes on this one. This doesn't feel... It's like he feels like a mage through here. Not so much down here, but I'm trying to get those iconic legs. I wish my PureF was not glitching out with my OBS. Let me try it one more time so I could show you guys my reference. No. No, that'll be a pain in the butt. All right, I'll just leave it like that. Anyone who's seen X or Zero knows they have these gigantic legs. Layout of the robes, I mean, again, it's X's. It can be a little on the nose, but it's, you know, one of the cornerstones of design is just like pick a theme, pick a form language. Obviously, certain things do lend themselves to being the low-hanging fruit. X is going to be X's. X does have, you know, his actual official design does have a lot of secret X's built in, like those chest plates that are on his chest and things like that. So you just do it. But the steampunky tubey gun arm does not feel magey right now. So maybe we'll do another sketch where maybe it's still steampunky, but we can turn it into like a staff / wand. So we've done a couple of the guns. We could try the glyph arm too. All right, I'm gonna have to flip the page over, so I'll take this opportunity to look at what people have said. Charge shot. That's the first thing that I see. That's good. Basic Syphilis' delicious donation again. Thank you so much. Mega Man X3 on the Super Famicom is cool. Mega Man X3 is one of my, it's maybe my favorite Mega Man X game. It's way insanely hard. It is so insanely hard. I think it was just my favorite because I was only, when I was a kid, I was only able to rent it once and then I could never find it again. Copies of Mega Man X3 are famously scarce. So I rented it once and then it disappeared from the Blockbuster and I couldn't find it to buy anywhere. So it was just this special one Mega Man X game that I remembered loving and playing for like 2 weeks, and then I couldn't get my hands on it again, and you couldn't find it anywhere. And I was just like, oh no, all I have is the memory, and I can't quite remember. And oh, you know, I didn't get to spend enough time playing as Zero. You know, that was like the coolest thing I could imagine at that age. So I think that really like charged it emotionally for me. I then eventually bought a cartridge of X3 off eBay years later. Cowboy Mega Man, dig the cloak. The fact that we're going for Dungeon Punk and Wufo reacted to this with Cowboy Mega Man is perfect because Dungeon Punk is very much like that cowboy energy, you know? It's a lot of train heists and robberies and it's like train heists of trains that are in a fantasy world and they operate off of like having an entrapped thunder elemental in them or whatever. So that's the right energy. X's head is probably just metal under the helmet. Maybe. I mean, Mega Man has hair. We all know that. X might have hair. Zero has hair. X did have a scarf in Mega Man X Command. Interesting. Woofle says, fun fact, there's an 8-hour-long video essay on the timeline of all Mega Man games, and the difference from the usual dystopian future with the death of the human race to a utopia is if Dr. Light got laid. And the one timeline humans survive and thrive is the only one that Light got married and had a kid. All else is human. Okay. Getting married and having a kid is a little different than getting laid. Let's not get it twisted. You know, that's love, baby. That makes sense to me, you know? You might not be enough of an optimist if you don't have a loving relationship in your life. You know? We gotta feel loved. I'm not going to sit there and ink that because I didn't really design that out. I should do that in pencil first. All right. Do I want to just draw on the back of this? Because what if I do a sketch I like and then I want to put some marker on it and then the marker will destroy these sketches, yada, yada, yada. Well, it's all right to be a little flagrant with the paper. Oh, great. Bad tear. Awesome. What the fuck? That's very rare for these pads. This one's all fucked up. Look at that. That almost never happens. Go figure. After the stream, I'll know if I liked any of the sketches, and then I can just use the backs then for some other purpose. All right. Well, all right, we're gonna go to more sketches, but let me see what I've been missing here. Kyokusei. How you doing, Kyo? Kyo says, it's really tough for me to turn the make it make sense part of my mind off. I think I'm always searching for meaning by default, for sure. Me too. I've had to remind myself over and over again over the years that, you know, maybe it's okay to just make it wacky and cool. A lot of that stuff is what people like the most. Nanthil says, being more experienced, do you still feel the need to study? Do you want to study but avoid it? What do you think is the correct invent to study ratio? I still study every now and then, but way less than I used to. If I could do things different, which of course I can't, please tell me it reconnected. All right, I'm back, right? We're all good. Sorry about that. The rare total dump out on stream. I haven't had that. That's the first time that's happened since I moved here. All right, we're good. You didn't miss anything. It was pretty short. Oh, and Tension donated 25 SAR, which I don't know what that is, but thank you so much. What does SAR stand for? Tenchi says, hey, Steven, still deep in your design course, not slacking, just letting the lessons age like fine design wine. Hope you're well. I'm very glad to hear that. Yeah, don't rush it. Design you do have to let sink in, so don't worry about that. And I didn't think you were slacking. Come on. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. What was I? Oh, I've got to reconnect my chat feed. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Suplex Mess says, are you aware of the Proto Men band doing a Mega Man tribute in a rock opera style? I'm aware of the Proto Men, but I didn't know about this rock opera. The third act is coming in January 2026. The first act was in 2003. Oh my God. It's pretty cool and a long labor on their part. Wow, a rock opera based on Mega Man X. That's awesome. Well, it's based on Mega Man. Maybe not specifically X. Well, I guess if they're the Proto Men, it must be Mega Man, right? That pen work is Mega Man. Thank you. Do you guys find listening to music while drawing distracting? It depends what I'm doing. For designing, I do. Oh, no. For designing, it's either silence or one song on repeat. That's the only things I can bear. Designing is very difficult problem solving for me. And I can't be like switching songs or paying attention to what I'm listening to when I'm doing that. If I'm illustrating, design's locked in, the plan is there, and I'm just like laying beautiful patches of graphite, making stuff look good, rendering things, I can listen to music. But I do feel like I do less and less of that these days. But for like sketching and designing, definitely spend more time doing that. And yeah, try not to get too distracted during that. Pedro Cece says, hello, everybody. Hello, Pedro. And says, I remember hearing you saying you did Mega Man digital painting years and years ago. I don't remember doing a painting, but I showed early on in the stream my first Mega Man X redesign from like 2016. But those weren't really paintings. They were like line art, flat color. Flat color with a little shadow. Nandel says you were mid-response talking about study versus inventing and what you would do differently. I mean, yeah, just in general. I remember where I left off. Most people can't bear to just invent all the time. It actually has a lot of difficulties around it, People really struggle to just do their art 99% of the time. And most people backslide quite often into practice instead of doing their art. And I think that that's unavoidable to a certain degree. It's just a natural part of the artist appetite to want to improve and feel like you're improving. But I think in the long run, it's like a split that's even as aggressive as like 90% inventing and working on your own art and being totally self-indulgently obsessed with your own creativity. 90% that to 10% studying is perfectly fine as far as I can tell. Pencil Pages says, question, if I study the backgrounds of old video games like Super Metroid, Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 1 and 2, should I break down the scenery to basic forms and 3-point perspective? I would say no to Super Metroid because it's unlikely that's how they drew it, So don't do something to it that they didn't do, or else you're sort of like inserting a big part into the process that was not used in what you were studying. But I forget where, but Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 1 and 2, they were in 3D, right? They were 3D game engines. So there it would make sense to put some perspective lines over it because it's in 3D perspective given by the 3D engine. Let me look over here at my other markers. There's stuff hiding everywhere in this damn pile. guess I put everything in the crate. He's got that red gem in his forehead. Maybe I could spread that around. To get more of a fantasy feel. All right, so this is the version where we'll try the more traditional mage's staff, wizard staff. So we'd like to do some very light armor, not just cloth, just to allude to, you know, the all metal original design. Ira Lenz. It was a $5 donation. Says, watching later, stuck at work, but I love seeing the reimaginings. Good luck with the baby. Share a cup of strong black Colombian coffee. Oh, I will, Ira. Thank you. Those $5 are getting turned into pure, uncut Colombian coffee for my son. Scalding hot in a bottle. Open wide. Unlocking the full potential of his high altitude trained genetics. Those just look like straight up Mega Man shapes. So ironically, they may look a little out of place in my redesign here. But is that really the way things should go down? So I would want to orient these diamonds the other way so that they make more clear X's, but maybe then they just turn into stupid squares and it's not worth it. All right, so that's X with like a staff. Maybe we could do one that's more a straight up wand. I don't hate that though. That's doing something for me. I don't like the just long hanging front thing though. Couple scrolls? Sure. Sure. All right, what blues do I have? I just grabbed these at random earlier. Right. good reds in here. I know all these reds and they suck. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I'm just completely out of good reds. I would have to dig through a lot of markers right now to find. It's like I have like one marker of a red that I actually like think looks like, oh, that actually looks red instead of like orange or like a mauve. But I would need to dig through a lot of markers to find that right now, so I'm not gonna do it. Ronnie Neimer says, this makes me want to sketch characters traditionally like I used to when I was a kid. I should do it more often. Oh, you absolutely should. Definitely do it. That's one of the reasons I wanted to do this session traditional. Because this is like something from my childhood. This is something from my childhood that I did used to draw in my sketchbook all the time. Just hanging out as a kid. In bed. On my mother's armoire. That was one of my favorite places to draw. Yeah, drawing Mega Man X characters with a pencil on paper has a deep psychological groove for me. All right, so this is the, if you remember from our notes earlier, our ideas were X as a mage. Knight, we only had to do one sketch to realize that that just steps on Zero too much. So we don't like X with as a knight with a sword. So X as a mage. Staff wand. We got staff wand here. Dungeon punk gun. You know, so more steampunky, like a magic gun. So we've got that here and here. And the last one that we had, mage with a glyph hand, like Elden Ring style, like a seal. That is functioning as the X Buster, as the Mega Buster, and that's this sketch. So for anyone who doesn't do a lot of designing and wants to try it out, I mean, you can really demystify the process a lot by just talking yourself through, what do you think this could be? You know, what could be different solutions? Write them down as little bullet points right there on the page, and then just do a sketch for each of those bullet points, for each of those possible solutions. Pencil Pages says, question, when you traveled around the globe, was there ever a place that could have been Atlantis or an unknown city? I have not done enough traveling to say I've encountered Atlantis. I've been a few places, but I wouldn't say I'm well traveled by any means. So many places I would like to go. Definitely have not been anywhere that I would say struck me as Atlantis. Definitely not. Back to that damn cowl, hood, cape combo. Just doing whatever I can to make him feel wizard. Mage. Thinking maybe whatever hand is the X Buster is like a magical phantom limb or something like that. Thinking like the green hand in Tears of the Kingdom. God, design is hard. Design is hard. You really just gotta focus. It says, it was very nice seeing this stream. Hopefully one day I can take your course, Stephen. Okay, bye. God to your art. Thank you, It. And thank you for being here. I hope you could take the course one day too. I hope everybody can take Design Fundamentals, which is on sale for Black Friday. There, I have done my part as a businessman. You know, these days, no matter how much of a dyed-in-the-wool bohemian artist you are, you gotta be a bit of a businessman. You gotta be willing to say, hey, I've got this thing and I can do it, and there it is, folks. Biggity bang, biggity boom, 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 boom. What do you think? Let's make a deal. This one's already kind of dry. Biggity bang, bang, boom. Oh, I have a few more markers in here. Psychobilly says, always a fan of the inhuman arm/hand. It just works every time for some reason. Hell yeah, it does. It always makes me think of even though they're not visible, it makes me think of Phantom Limb from Venture Brothers. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Funny stuff, funny stuff. Come on, we're all laughing. You always succeed to inspire. How? Simply by being excellent. All I have to do is be amazingly excellent, and that guarantees that I will inspire. And people will say, my God, I'm catching such a buzz off this guy. Shady on Fire says, Steven, my dude, glad to catch you on stream again. How long are you going for today? Until I've redesigned X, Zero, Sigma, and all 8 Mavericks from Mega Man X. I'm kidding. That would take forever. I don't know how long I'm going today. Until I just can't take it anymore. Or until stream viewership goes to 0. Until there's literally nobody watching. The second it goes to 0, I'm hitting stop stream. Farag says, how can I do that too for other friends in other fields of art? Oh, I mean, for real, if you're hoping to inspire friends in other fields of art, like just do your work very, very well, you know? There's a lot that can be said. I certainly love saying things, but the number one way that artists inspire each other is just with excellent work, you know? If I wanted to shut up forever and not talk about art anymore and delete my YouTube, and remove all my writing from the internet and just never write again, and you know, no messages, no words, nothing, you would still be able to greatly inspire fellow artists by just posting excellent art into a blank void, you know. They might like that better, honestly. If you're gonna talk, if you want to talk, then be terribly honest, you know. That's the only part of the talking that's going to inspire people, is if you're very honest about what you believe and what you think is going on here and why you're doing this. Because artists are very sensitive people. So they know when people are being phony, and they react to phoniness. And they live off of sincerity and authenticity. More sincerity than authenticity. Even authenticity has been co-opted by marketing speech now. So if you want to inspire other artists, you've got to be ready to be very honest. With the talking, you know. Probably also helps if you have something interesting to say, you know. I wouldn't make talking a big part of the practice if when you look inside, you're like, oh, actually, I believe everything everybody else believes. You know, we might have enough people talking about all that. If that's the case, you probably get more mileage out of just posting excellent work in silence. But if you're not concerned with your inspiration mileage, then do whatever you want. Just do whatever you want. Steven mixed Mega Man with Warhammer. Maybe. Or are you saying that this looks like it's mixed with Warhammer already? Maybe I'll just spend my whole career just remixing Mega Man over and over and over again. A million Stevens spread across a million universes, all remixing Mega Man over and over and over again. And you know what? They all liked it. They all liked it, and they liked it every time. It's a great grounds for a redesign just because Mega Man X is just so perfectly, to me, like archetypal and just brilliant. And it's just so, I don't know how else to put it. It's just like, yeah, you're a guy with the gun, and when you beat the boss, you get his elemental thing, and all the bosses are animals and their stage is themed for that animal. It's just like so perfect, so perfect. And just, you could turn it into anything, remix wise. You just take that idea and turn it into freaking anything. Different kinds of sci-fi, fantasy, as you're seeing here, / dungeon punk. You could turn it into a romantic comedy. You could turn it into a buddy cop movie. You could turn it into anything. 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 I mean, cookies. You could turn it into cookies. Mega Man times Johnny Bravo? Of course you could. Suplex Mess says, I don't want to get into the AI topic, but I feel like it motivates me to do it yourself, create more than not these days. Maybe the war of attention is uphill, but the joy of making is forever still. Yeah, I mean, I feel that way too. I mean, it feels like that's the only way to fight the battle personally, I'm finding the internet horribly uninteresting lately. Demon of Hell Anime Studios. Demon of Hell Anime Studios says, Dr. Zapata, do you prefer art that is eye-catching and gives a quick rush of joy? I can already tell you not that. Or art that doesn't seem like much at first, but is more thought-provoking the more you look at it. Yeah, I like more sneak up on you, subtle art. I definitely have never gravitated towards art that is eye-catching. Like that, in the traditional way. In the traditional, or in the sort of mass market sense of eye-catching. Quick rush? No, I've always been a fan of more slow burn kind of a things. Because I'm a total fucking hipster, so... That's why when I started getting into design, I wanted to work in movies, not video games. Because in movies, you could be more subtle. In video games, you have to be very extreme with most of the designs. In games, you've got to everything has to have a really intense silhouette because you're going to see everything up close and, 400 yards away, and it's got to fit right in the little crosshair, and you have to know who you're shooting at, and it's like the interactivity of it and the simulation quality of it has this huge impact on the nature of the good designs in that realm overall. And in film, you could do a lot of things that would be considered bad design choices in video games because it's all totally controlled. You can be very subtle. The design can be framed, zoomed in on, lit in particular ways to draw focus and attention where it needs to be. It much more relies on the power of the performance and acting and things like that. Yeah, that's why I always gravitated towards film for design when I was young. It was the more slow burn kind of a design as opposed to the attention grabbing fast rush of joy kind of thing, like you said. Mega Man says, who gave you permission to redesign my younger brother? Dr. Wiley. Dr. Wiley did. Everybody knows that. Is that a Papermate Flare? The pen that I was using? No, that is a what is it? Pentel Sign Pen. The Touch. I don't know what the heck that name means. I don't know what a sign pen is. I also want to put that red. Tuki says, hi, Steven. I'm currently practicing my fundamentals. Should I try to do big projects in spite of the fact I'm not skilled enough, or should I practice them till I feel ready enough to do those projects? Always be doing your big projects. You don't have to like not do your fundamentals at all, but split your time. I usually advise splitting your time by the day. So arbitrarily, let's say you were going to draw 2 hours today. I think it's a good idea to do an hour on your fundamentals and then an hour on a project, on a big project. And that, I'm going to say at minimum, but you may think, oh, the at minimum there goes like maybe do 45 minutes studying, 15 minutes on a project. No, the other way. It'd be better if you did 50 minutes on your own project and 10 minutes of studying. Now, obviously at that point, it's kind of ridiculous to think you're going to sort of, you know, get into it with your studies in 10 minutes, but you get what I mean. I'm just saying, like, that's the kind of split I recommend. I need a piece of scrap paper. That'll do. That's a little dark. That'll do. And I need one. I'm looking for markers that are close to X's colors according to the reference that I'm looking at. I obviously don't need to. I'm changing so much, I don't need to hedge that close to X's official design colors, but just as a starting place, you know? That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Philip DLR says they'd use them to sign a lot of documents back in the day. Easier to use than a fountain pen. Oh man, that's why they're called sign pens? That's awesome. I tweaked my... I was supposed to do stream yesterday and I moved it because I must have pulled something in my trapezius. I have tweaked my neck horribly. Today, I was like... I pushed it because I was like, I think by, you know... Thursday night, it'll be pretty tolerable now. But like 4 days ago, I woke up with my neck immobilized. And I didn't hurt it. I think I just slept on it wrong. I think I'm getting old. I think I'm just getting old. I mean, it was hysterical. That morning, I was walking around like immobilized. This is ridiculous. That is... The sign pen is not dry there. Usually doesn't pick up. I think it's just from I haven't been on my workout schedule because we just had the baby. So I've only been able to work out like a handful of times since baby came. So I think it's that. I think it's just the muscles are getting weak, atrophying. So prone to injury. Edwin Huang says, looking good so far. Thank you. Thank you. See, now I can chat because I'm not designing right now. I'm just sort of coloring. Hi, I color for a living. For now. I'm coloring in this step. I need a gray. Do I have any gray here? Like a dark gray. Problem with markers. You always gotta get up, get more markers. Perfect example of how the neutral colors, like the grays, don't really count in the color palette sometimes because I was looking at X and picking my markers and I didn't register the grays at all while I was looking for the colors that I have that match. Maybe those I don't want gray. Thank you, Ronnie. True, new baby. I like how this marker is going down dirty. The sign pen and the Tombos do not get along. I might have to be using only Copics. Copics got along with these pretty nicely. Shiloh says, yo, Steven, my favorite artist. You have excellent taste. Excellent, excellent taste. Seriously, though, you're very sweet. You're very sweet. And you do, I mean, you do still have excellent taste. Just, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to appear humble, while still acknowledging that you are smarter than most people because I'm your favorite artist. I mean, it just betrays an elevated level of intelligence. I don't know what to say. Oh, I just looked at myself on camera and I can see that I've still got that swollen eye, huh? Uh-huh. I kind of got used to it looking in the mirror, but, you know, seeing myself flipped on camera, I'm like, nope, yep, eyes still swollen, yep. These damn things, they take forever to go away. When I get these, because I've gotten these a bunch of times before, these Chalazion things. It takes like a month for them to go down all the way. They're a total bummer. Do you use refs for this one, or you're just looking at the original design and trying to brainstorm from visual library? Yeah, I'm just looking at the reference that I have up is just Capcom art of Mega Man of X. I don't have any like I don't have any reference up for like robes or anything like that right now. I do have some fantasy art that I showed earlier to show that I'm thinking like dungeon punk as the theme. That is further up on my reference board, but I don't have that on screen right now. It wouldn't really apply, you know, it's too sort of general. Yeah, I might have to use just Copics if I'm going to use that sign pen, because look at that. The Copics don't make the sign pen run. Can I do a little dash of red here? The Mega Buster does have a red. The only red on X is the jewel in the middle and the inside of the Buster, which I don't know what that is. It's like the glass. Why is there like a glass covering over the Buster? I don't know. Because it looks cool, that's why. And it reads in 2 pixels. Could do more colors on the staff if I did sort of like the powered up Buster. And it's like red, yellow, and blue, right? Or red, yellow, and white. Sure. Sure. Squirrels can be yellow. Paper. You know, keep it a little. Keep it a little 90s. Go like a brown. I'm just gonna have to go get all my Copics. Oh crap. Forgot to put my piece of tracing paper down. Now I definitely can't use the, I don't know, well I couldn't use it anyway. No, I'm good. I was like, oh God, I'm definitely drawing with the pad open and the markers are bleeding through, but no, I was smart today. I remembered to have the back of the pad underneath the piece of paper. I'm rarely that. I usually mess that up. All right, so there's X with the staff, and I think that's what I like the most so far. I mean, that feels like X to me. I mean, there's things I like about this. Even that. This feels like X, though. I mean, I really don't hate that. What color is the little lights that come in when he's charging a shot? Are they green? I'm gonna charge my laser. No, I don't want to throw that in there at the end. I'll just go. Not much of an action pose for him to be pulling a charge shot, but I just want to play with things. Hold on, I'm gonna grab a fistful more Copics because they work nice with this pen that I'm vibing on right now. If she ain't with me out here in Tennessee, I kind of don't have like a lot of colorful Copics. Mostly have only like toning colors in Copics. I got all the grays you could ever want in Copics. Might be up a creek on this one. Add markers. Dangerous. You've got a welt on your finger from those. No. Ain't got. All right, we'll have to work with what we got here. It turns out this is probably every colorful Copic I have already in this little tray here. Steven, have you ever done traditional animation? Once in high school. That's it. It's not for me, really. It's just, doesn't align with my temperament. I'm a one picture kind of a guy. Cody gives $20. Thank you so much, Cody. Cody says, redesign is looking cool, but when will people realize you've had Fanny telling you what to draw through a hidden earpiece all these years? Lo, we've been deceived by a small canine puppet master. But to what end? Well, you blew up my spot. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that's not true. You know, she's always been the one pulling the strings. She's always been in control, but have I not served you all well? I mean, you think I know what she's trying to achieve with having a YouTube channel about art and streaming and stuff like this? Your guess is as good as mine. You know, she doesn't speak English. She's a dog, right? So she can't just straight up tell me. But you're happy. I'm happy. She rarely bites me. Maybe we can all just shrug and say we don't need to know. Maybe we can just say, you know what, this is a good thing. And let's let sleeping dogs lie. You know, do we want to know? What if we find out that Fanny is just having her strings pulled by some arcane and Lovecraftian outer god who's manipulating her? And do you want to know that? I mean, knowledge like that regularly drives the protagonist of short stories insane. You want that to be you? We don't want that. I'm going to run to the restroom because we've been going for 3 hours here. Thanks again, Cody. I'll be right back. I'll use the bathroom. Can't believe it's been 3 hours already. You know, sometimes in stream, people very nicely say, Steven, you know, I really like watching the streams. You remind me not to rush. And it's like, yeah, this would be one of those, right? 3 hours. And even though I've been trying to avoid talking too much and being quiet, I've done like, what, 6 sketches? Nice and slow. No rushing. We're taking it real relaxed. Ryan Broom says, is it safe to say we got Wizard X before GTA 6? Can you believe it? Some Zero sketches and it's the cream of the crop. We'll try to get to Zero. In my head, I'm like, I'll do at least X and Zero and we'll see if we have time to tackle any robot Mavericks. Don't mind me, I'm just spiking my blood sugar real quick. Jorge says, hi, Steven. Have you heard of the book Behold the Proton by Stanislaw Zukalski? I've not heard of that book, but I know Stanislaw. The artwork you worked on earlier in another stream, the rock carving drawing, really reminded me of his work. I don't know that book, but I know I've seen a lot of his art. I watched that Netflix documentary about him. Behold the Proton. Yeah, he was definitely a crazy guy. I don't know what Behold the Proton is. I know he had like a whole alternate world thing going. Is that like one of his books where he like laid out this whole false history and all that? Interesting. I've never seen this stuff before. I'll have to look into this later. That's not really the stuff that they covered in his in the documentary. They were focused more on like his sculpture and stuff. Very interesting. Okay. Can't get distracted. Not that distracted. Also, last comment, says Ryan Brooms. It doesn't have to be your last comment. Why does X look like he could be a special guest in Chrono Trigger? Like he's a time guard or ancient keeper of time or something. That's the right vibe. I mean, that's how we're redesigning this. We're doing Mega Man X in Dungeon Punk Fantasy. That kind of a thing. So I don't know if Chrono Trigger counts as Dungeon Punk, but I think that means we're in the right wheelhouse. I've actually never played Chrono Trigger, so I don't know what aesthetic touchstones I'm hitting there that would make it feel like Chrono Trigger specifically. Can I plunge X's eyes into shadow without losing the anime aesthetic? Doesn't really look right. Oh well, that's the great thing about working traditional. You try things and then you're committed. That's actually a great thing. Puts a little weight on the drawings, on your decisions. Instead of just having the ability to perfect and correct everything, which I think is actually not good. It's like that's digital's main benefit, but it turns out that that's mostly a benefit for the project managers of the world. And after years of analysis, I've decided it's probably not good for artists. The endless malleability of digital. And the fact that it does not allow you to accept your errors. I think over a long enough timeline, really just, for most artists, it's just going to make them crazy. Not all, you know, a lot artists have all different temperaments, and some are just going to have the perfect temperament to not have it affect them like that. But I think for most, it's going to make you nuts. Jack Foster says, my king flirting with anime? When it's appropriate for a design task, I will do anything. And I said earlier on the stream, I thought that Dungeon Punk and fantasy have been, they're such big genres and they fit well into anime that it didn't feel necessary to sap the anime completely out of Mega Man if the main point of the design was to try, let's say, Mega Man X in Dungeon Punk style. So I'm not resisting any anime stuff getting in there. Gotta respect the source material, It's like, besides, you'd have to work so hard to make something look like X or Zero if you got away from the, their face. Like, what makes it look like X is like the anime eyes with the bottom of his helmet being the eyebrows. It's like, you're going to be reinventing the wheel trying to make a design look like X if it doesn't have that. Oh, Cody with another $20. Destructive, excessive, unnecessary, and appreciated. Cody says, when designing characters, assuming the key point like silhouette are worked out, how do you know which iteration to stop at? I can't seem to make a final decision. Is it project avoidance in disguise? You could go on forever, and some artists do. I kind of used to ascribe to the belief that you hear people say sometimes that, like, the more you do, the better. Like, it's guaranteed that if you do 1,000, you're going to be doing better stuff out of 1,000. After working for many years, I found that that was actually rarely the case. Usually, the design that people liked, that the client liked, was very early on in the iterations. And if anything, if I went much further than that, maybe I would find little things out there in the weeds that I could then reincorporate into that early one. But, like, it's usually not the first, that's true. But one of the early ones is usually the sweet spot of iconic, expected, and just has a little something special. And that's actually usually what most projects are looking for. As much as we may wish, most projects are not actually in the budget, are not in the market for something that completely shatters an archetype and is totally subversive and completely unknown, right? That's not what most projects want. Every now and then, there's a very high-minded project that is like that, but it's rare. So yeah, in my experience, it's usually a little earlier on. And these days, what I do is kind of like I showed here. I write it out first. For me, the writing and the ideating with thumbnails are, for the most part, the exact same thing. So I can have the same thoughts, most of the same thoughts I would have doing a thumbnail, just writing it out. So I'll just sit and think, and I'll jot these little notes to myself. And I'll just do 1 or 2 for each. So let's see what I do here. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So in my head, do 8 and I'm done. I'm out. And I don't overthink it past that. At least for a first stab, right? Once you find something really good on the broad level, then you can continue to do further sub iterations, but Omar says, Mega Man is the name of the princess. You play as Link. Which is the rare actually funny thing from Omar. God damn it. It's actually funny. Fine. Give the man his flowers. Give the man his flowers. That's funny. Really trying to maintain the I don't want to lose the big legs. I'm doing what I can, folks. I'm trying, okay? Sam says, wish I could stay for tonight's stream. Your Mega Man X wizard designs look fantastic. Thank you, Sam. Lax says, Steven, how do you use archetypes in the design process? Here's the thing. You don't need to use archetypes, like consciously, because a real archetype is, it's like unconsciously built into you. So it's like you're automatically using them if you just don't consciously push against them. You use them when you want to push against them. So you need to be aware of them, and then you need to choose to subvert them. So, what's an example? Like if I tell you right now to draw a husband and a wife, 8 out of 10 people, if everybody in the stream started doing it, like 8 out of 10 people, maybe 9 out of 10 people would automatically draw the husband bigger than the wife. Taller, wider. I mean, that's the archetype. That's the archetypal way that we deal with, husband, wife, father, mother, things like that. And you either need to have had personal experience, maybe you're a man who married a woman who's taller than you or something like that, or vice versa, a woman who married a man who's shorter than her. Or maybe you've, gotten into an argument with a friend, they're like, I can't date him. He's not tall enough, right? And maybe one argument like that in your life is enough that you've realized the archetype, you become aware of it. And so now when you draw, if you're asked to do that drawing task, you will consciously push against it. But for my money, it's always a conscious pushing against it, right? There's other things that can affect it. Maybe you're coming from like a very stylized animation world, and there you start more, you've ingrained a language of shapes instead. And so father's going to be tubbier, and tubbier is always shorter, and mom's skinnier, so she's going to be taller. But there's another archetype in there, right? Daddy tubby, mom skinnier. Like it's all, so you don't need to consciously use archetypes. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like if you were consciously using it, it's not an archetype. It's not a real archetype. It's not like a deep unconscious thing. It's something else. It's a concept that you're building up. You only use them to break them, to push against them. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Cycle all these tombos to the bottom. So how do you emancipate consciousness? Realize that everything is conditioned. Like really realize it. Have a life-shattering, life-distorting, permanently altering collision with the fact that everything is conditioned. Given to you by nature and culture, that nothing is your own. Once you really internalize that, then you'll emancipate it because you'll look at everything and you'll be like, where's this coming from? And then, yeah, you know, you'll know the archetypes because you can't help it. You're just like, well, you know, you're analyzing everything in your unconscious because you know it all matters and that every little thing is put there. I mean, everything, by the way, your sense of yourself, the idea that there's a you know, the idea that you're in the world right now and not just in a hologram of your own making, you know, that's all conditioned, right? The sense that you are appropriating your body, that you manipulate it and that you choose to move it around, your sense of proprioception, kinesthesion, like all of this is, you know, you don't ship with any of that, by the way. You know, you come as a baby, zoink, zero, nothing. You know, you have to learn that your hand is on the end of your arm and that you have any control over it by, I see my son doing it. He doesn't know. That's not a truth about the world. There's things that the flesh body is capable of. Experiments are run over and over again, and then conceptual models are built. You know, it's none of it is real. None of it is real. And by the way, your inability to accept what I'm saying is put there by culture, is conditioned. Randy Anderson says, fun fact about Mega Man X. If you look closely, most of the characters, Maverick especially, have cartoon gloves. Yes. I don't even think you need to look closely. I mean, they're huge. Their hands are huge. I was just looking at my reference here and being like, do I want to honor the tremendous hands that they have? I kind of split the difference on that. In the last couple of games out of Rhodes, I wasn't aware of that. They got rid of that in the last couple games. They gave them like techie robot hands. I'm looking at the Mavericks here and it's like the only ones who have any special features on their white glove cartoon hands are Spark, Mandrill, and Sigma. Are tropes archetypes? I don't think so. I mean, not all tropes. Tropes are very broad. I think some tropes are archetypes, but not all. Some tropes are archetypes, but not all archetypes are tropes. Tropes are very, very broad, especially on like the level of like, you know, what you might find on like the TV tropes website. It's like very, very broad. I wish I had a real red. This is the closest I've got a cardinal, but it's way too dark. Ugh. Ugh. Or maybe for these I'll use... I've got a real red somewhere, I just can't find it. For these I'll use the Tombos. my brain when I try to sleep, all the crazy stuff I was just saying. It is what it is. I mean, truly, seriously, it is what it is. I mean, you ask the scientists and the spiritual freaks about all that stuff, and they've got to, you know, they give you the same answer. You know, it is what it is. This is probably too purple for that purplish color that X has on him. Screw it. Yuri says, that might be the craziest thing I've heard this past 3 months. I'm truly not free. So if we're all part of the same stream of consciousness since time immemorial, we are all Hidetaka Miyazaki. That's right. That's what we can take from this. That is what we can take from this. And that's the only thing that we can take from this, by the way. That we are all Hidetaka. Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that. That we are all Hidetaka Miyazaki. Hope my neck feels better soon. It's starting to get very frustrating. It's been hurting for too long. I feel embarrassed, you know? I feel embarrassed at myself. Like 4 days of being very uncomfortable when like I didn't sustain an injury, you know? I just probably slept wrong. Sheesh. And stream died again. Not stream, just my YouTube page. I don't know why it happens. I get this, it blanks out. I lose my feed, like my YouTube back of house. I lose the chat, and it tells me that it's run out of memory to open this page. And I don't know what that means. I just don't know. Use blood mixed with white instead. Why would you want that from me? Oh my God, why would you want that from me? Why do you want me to use my blood? You don't like me? You want bad things for me? You want to hurt me? You want me to have to shed blood every time that I draw? Man, I got to tell you guys, I was working on some Yetis last night. Oh my God. RAM issues, Steven, probably using too much. My YouTube chat, so that means there's got to be like a memory leak, right? I don't know what a memory leak is, but it kind of makes sense to me that How can my YouTube chat be using too much memory? This computer has 64 gigs of RAM. How good? It doesn't make any sense. I tried to get 69 gigs of RAM, obviously. But the nerd at the computer store said that wasn't possible. So he said the closest he could get me was 64. So I was like, fine, nerd. Put it in there. Calm down. I didn't talk to anybody at a nerd store. I picked my specs myself, like any reasonable human being. I got the same thing. I was confused, says Ronnie. The run out of memory thing. Did you get it at the same time as me? That would be really weird. I'm just gonna make these solid. And let's do that little bit of chainmail that's popping out in gray. And then do I even need to do the third X here? Because I already can tell I don't like this one as much as I like the other two. I still think this first one is the one I like best. Well, it's on the page. It's on the page, so go for it. Tris Fargas says, life's hard. Having to choose Dave's stream or your stream. What a nightmare. Don't worry about it. I mean, the choice should be obvious. And if you make the wrong one, you will suffer the consequences for all eternity. If you go to Dave's stream, tell him I say hi. I thought I had blacked out again. I had to close Chrome too? That's weird. Could it be like a YouTube error that is hitting all of us at the same time? Is that possible? That seems uncanny that it would happen to multiple people at the same time. Chris Maycock says, oh, well done, Stephen. Well done, Stephen. But how do you think you'll survive my cyber demon hounds? Well done, Stephen. But will you be able to resist my seductive sex robots? Isn't that a bit from Austin Powers? Something like that? Doesn't Dr. Evil say something like that when he sends in the fembots? You know, the glyphs around Mega X's arm. This would be a thing you design separately. At least I would need to. I'd need to give them their own look and try to find a cool graphic design for them. Juan Ignacio Moreno says, I've just remembered that when I first saw the 3 evil Kongs from Donkey Kong Bonanza, oh, I haven't seen them, but I bet they're awesome. They reminded me of the X Hunters from X2. Short, smart, slim, smug, and round brute trio archetypes. Always cool. Always cool. Vishal says, hello, is this anime? I'm getting punchy. Will it make you like it better if I say it's anime? Because it either is or it isn't, right? I mean, you could. Okay, here's why I'm laughing. It's not like Vishal's question is that stupid. What makes me laugh about it, I said it's like you could see it, so it's just it either is or isn't anime, right? Because it's just visual information on the paper, right? It's locked in. It is what it is. The lines are so. Are they anime lines or are they not anime lines? So it just makes me laugh that Vishal's like, I need you to say that it's anime. It isn't, by the way. I don't draw anime, so even when I'm drawing anime, it isn't. It's that simple. Mega Man X. Yes. It was right there. Why didn't it occur to me? That's exactly what we're doing here. I hate when the fucking button from my flannel catches on the edge of the paper and screws up a line. Okay, I fixed it and I still screwed it up. Maybe it wasn't the button. Maybe it was a little harsh on the button. Little harsh. Little harsh on the button. Demon of Hell Anime Studios, how can you concentrate while 100 people are watching you? I can't really. I've just gotten used to sort of switching my attention and still enjoying myself, even if I'm only ever really giving the drawing like 80% of my full attention. I'll put it like this. If I could not only draw on stream. It's like I can tolerate the concentration hit that comes from streaming because I make sure, no matter what's going on in my life, that I'm still always making time to draw with, I'm not streaming, there's no camera recording. I think it's very important to still spend time drawing just completely unfettered. So because I do still have that, because I still make time for that, that lets me accept streaming for what it is, which is, like I said, on a good day, I can get to like 80% concentration. That involves very little talking. 80% of my sort of maximum ability, we might say. But what I lose in focus, I gain in fun. Because I get to talk to people while I work. And hear stories and answer questions and hear what people are going through. And that's just really fun. And beyond fun, you know what I really value about it? It keeps me plugged in, It makes me feel like I know like what people are going through lately and what they're worried about, and it sort of helps me keep my pulse on the drawing world, which I value, And I wouldn't really be getting that if I wasn't doing this. Oh, I made the hands very different sizes. Oh well. It is what it is. Thanks, Alexander. I appreciate it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Influence drip coming through. Oh, I like that. I haven't thought about Yu-Gi-Oh! In a long time. What pen is that? I'm using the sign. It says touch on the side, but that's not really specific enough for me. In much less shiny letters, it says Pentel sign pen. So I would look for that. Alexander also said, how is Minecraft going? I've never played Minecraft. I remember when it came out. It was a big deal. I remember wanting to try it when it came out, but I did not actually. You are Steve from Minecraft, dude, the protagonist of the game. You lost me. But whatever you say. Is it that I look like Minecraft Steve? Or is it just that we both have the same name? Because Steve is a very common name. Anyway. I wish my secondary blue was not quite as dark, but beggars can't be choosers, is what they say. I sure wish I could be, though. I would love to be a choosy beggar. Got some seriously good cracks in my spine. Oh my fucking god. That was nice. Oh, that felt good. I'm glad I chose I didn't choose to do traditional because of this, but I find traditional is much easier on my neck and back, so I'm really glad that I wound up doing it for this stream. Goodbye, Alexander. Go rest. Thank you for being here. Have a good night. It's getting late here, too. But we're still going. We're not stopping. I mean, I gotta at least do 1-0. All right. I don't think I can legally say that I did a Mega Man X redesign if I only redesigned X. That's just an X redesign. Trish says, a lack of confidence was nerfing me. You make me a monster now. Thank you. Glad to hear it. You're a beast now, huh? That's good. The world needs more monsters. All right. There's our concepts. There's our concepts for X. Mega Mage X. Anything there? No. Anything here? No. No color on these. Initial ideas. Knight. Hood shows up. Gunslinger wizard style. Wand slinger. With the dungeon punk steampunk gun. Bit more wizardy with the robes, and then we tried out the staff version, and then 2 with the glyph arm, 1 with the big flowing cloak, and 1 without. Nobody says those are cool looking legs on the right. Thank you. I'm glad I did this one. Maybe this is the one I like the most. Buster's on the wrong side. Would have to flip it, but. I mean, the one all the way, the first one on the left feels like cute. It's like very straight up wizardy, but I think I like the attitude on the last one the most. It's like X can have some attitude. He's kind of a badass. I mean, he'll fuck you up. Vishal says, do you use white jelly roll pens? Not right now. I usually don't. If I need to put white in a drawing, I'll use pastel or like just a little white gouache on a brush. All right, let's it took 4 hours to get there, but we got there. It takes however long it takes. Let's sketch some zeros just so we can say we didn't do only X. Zero's left-handed. No Demon of Hell Anime Studios. I haven't read that before, but I would check it out. Lao Fu Z. It's not familiar. I haven't heard of it. I don't think I've heard of it before. Have you guys lost all your leaves in the city yet? I feel like I was sick for a week and we lost everything in just a couple days. No, there's still a bunch of leaves around me still. I went for a walk earlier with oops, sorry. Repositioning my microphone. I went for a walk earlier with my wife and the baby, and lovely, lovely time. It's not peak. Peak was probably last week. But there's still a lot of variety. Rest in peace, leaves. Yeah, that's it. That's it for them. Fighting for those big legs really goes against my natural impulses. Zero is the coolest. He is the coolest. Goodbye, lack. Steven, which do you prefer, pull-up or push-up? Push-up. Steven, are you into conspiracy theories? What's your favorite rabbit hole? UFOs, I mean, of course. That's absolutely my favorite. You know, the government having ships in a hangar somewhere. Oh my God, don't even get me started on, oh, they were pulled out of an archaeological dig. I mean, I'm a whore for that. I'm a nasty, nasty whore for that. I'm like, what kind of a dig? Like, was it like an Egyptian dig? Was it like an Aztec dig? Like, where'd you find them? Oh my God, don't get me started. Oh my God, I hope it's not real. It's like, don't hit me with this, you know, there was a UFO behind the giant door of Pakal or whatever, in Chichen Itza, you know, you can't do this to me. I have dreams like that all the time, man. I have dreams like that all the time. It's like, what are you going to do with that UFO? Are you going to put it in my ass? Sorry. All right. It's getting a little late. I'm getting a little punchy. Only an hour and 10 minutes away from when I really should be going to bed. Does Zero have his logo on one shoulder or both? Well, I'm not gonna. None of my references show both shoulders, so I'm just gonna put on both because I want that. I don't want to go dig for another reference right now. Took it off the pauldrons and we moved it onto those kind of, what are they called? Are they jousted? Are they epaulettes? Rondelles? No, I think it's rondelles. I think epaulettes are the forearm armor, right? I had a dream that there was a full disclosure about UFOs a couple weeks ago, actually. I forget what else happened. It was like, their dream was like full disclosure happened and there was something else so important going on in my life that like I barely cared. But like the thing that was important wasn't that important. Trying to remember what it was. It was like in the dream, like I was much more concerned with like they stopped making my dogs dog food than I was with the UFOs. And in the dream, my wife was like, how could you not care? I mean, this is a big deal for you. And I was like, what's she gonna eat? Like, yeah, but dude, what is she gonna eat? Here he says, Stephen, while I was researching for the design course, I found it difficult to understand a portion of art history. I feel like trying to understand history is already hard and adding a layer of art onto it just makes it more complicated. Well, sure, but they do overlap a lot of the time. But it is complicated. The timelines of art movements are all over the place. Sometimes I read descriptions of a movement and I don't feel the representation in the artist's work. Like this is considered Art Nouveau. Okay. Or that different movements across the span of time have very similar works. Different movements across the span of time have very similar works. Are there any tips in distilling down what is useful for the project from the ocean of information? Well, those are two very different questions. Like the questions that you asked about, like why do some pieces of art not feel like they're aligned with the movement and things like that, that's one answer. And then it's a different question to say, how am I going to distill down what is useful for the project from the ocean of information? You don't obviously you don't need all of our history for any given project, right? For any given project, you just need it. There's probably something from art history that's directly related to it, that's relevant, and you just need to research that part, right? Unless, it's a very specific unless it was a crazy specific project, like it's a project about art history, in which case you do need to involve a lot of art history in it. But no, for the most part, you don't need to understand all the minutia about how different art history periods overlap for a single project. But to answer, or one of the main things that comes to mind for the bigger meta problem that you presented is, and this is a problem, like this is the fault of the historians and the way that they do things, right? But this might clarify things for you. Well, it's still a problem, but you'll understand the problem. Some movements historians have codified by aesthetics. So that means that they codified it the way that we artists would naturally think about it, which is it's this, it's realism, surrealism, whatever. If it looks like that, if it has these visual qualities, if it's stylized this way, if the shapes look like this, if the lines look like this, if it has these visual qualities. There are other movements that the historians have codified that really aren't about that, really not about what it looks like. It's just what dates was it made. And if it was made in those dates, it counts. It counts as that movement. And that's really confusing for us because we never think that way. We artists would never think that way because we're much more interested in the visuals than we are in the random data of dates, right? But to historians, that makes perfect sense. So, for example, when I say the old masters, all artists probably think of the actual masters. They think of Michelangelo, Da Vinci, Raphael, right? They think they're old, they're from the Renaissance, but it's the best of the best, right? That is not how the historians think of a phrase of the old masters. Think of the phrase the old masters. To the historians, and especially to the auctioneers, people who sell Renaissance work and old master work, anyone working at that time as an artist was an old master. It doesn't matter if they were Raphael or not. They could have been quite amateurish, but they count as all old masters because that's how the historians have codified them. And that entire block of time, they'll have dates for it, right? Mid 1300s to mid 1400s or whatever. They will say, and they'll sell anyone in that period as an old master. That's an old master work. So I think that's probably one of the main things that's confusing you. And it is an almost impossible thing to tangle out of our history. And you don't have to, right? You just need to be aware that that's a problem, that there's art movements that are historically and academically constructed out of aesthetics, the way that we normally think. And there's art movements that are constructed academically just by their dates, right? And there's mixtures in between. So, for example, here's a funny one that always makes me laugh. But like, as far as historians and academics and people who sell paintings, auctioneers and galleries and stuff like that are concerned, a lot of people today, like on TikTok, Instagram, people who do like hyper real portraits of faces in oil or in graphite or something like that, right? They like to say that they're hyper realists, right? They're not, at least according to the academics. Hyperrealism is a movement that, again, we would be like, well, it's the aesthetic, right? If I'm doing a super realistic photographic looking face in pencil, I'm doing a piece of hyperrealism, right? Not according to the academics. You are only doing hyperrealism if you were doing that, if you're making a super realistic portrait and it was done in the 1980s and 1990s. And that's it. That's what hyperrealism is, and they keep that locked down because that's a big deal of how they sell art, how they decide who's in and out of that historical period. It's just the dates, right? So that's an example of one where it's a blend. It does have to have an aesthetic quality, but the dates, there's just hard gates on those dates. And it doesn't matter if you make work just like that now. You're not a hyperrealist. A hyperrealist is the people from that particular cohort in those dates, and that's it, and if you just do work like that now, today, you're just a contemporary artist. And, sometime after you die, the academics will decide what all we were all doing here and give it a name. I hope that helps. Again, it doesn't solve the problem for you, but hopefully it helps you identify the problem. Ira Len says, I just finished my shift from when I messaged last, got home, ate, and realized you were still drawing. That's crazy. Wow, you finished a shift? That's nuts. That is crazy. Usually I'm not that surprised when people say that, but you saying that you finished a shift really put it in perspective for me. Yeah, and I really haven't done that many drawings, you know. Design, you gotta go slow for design. Design takes a long time. When I'm just like sketching on stream, oh my God, in a 4-hour just whatever sketch stream, I would have done, and we're at like 4.5 now. 4.5 now, but on a loosey-goosey sketch stream, dude, I would have done like probably 40. I could have done 40 crazy sketches in this time, but design, slow down. Goodbye, basic syphilis. Yuri says, I never took into account that people who are organizing these are not artists. Yep. They're the vast majority, 99% of them are not. You know, they're historians and academics. And there's a surprising amount of overlap there with the people who sell art as well. It's coming off pure fantasy right now. So I'm going to get some power tubes running down to the saber. Goodbye, nobody. Steven, it's 5 a.m., man. What the fuck? Releases to go sleep. Dude, I mean, shh. Dude, if you gotta sleep, go sleep. It's all right. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I mean, I appreciate your dedication. But you gotta get your rest. You gotta get your rest. Hey, Steven, do you think it's important to instill meaning in art? God, yes. Our current world doesn't really want you to worry too much about that, but of course it's important. It's like, why are we doing this if not for that? Leela says, do you like Strathmore tone paper, Steven? I don't usually see you working on tone paper. I find that it isn't playing nice when I'm trying to get nice, even darks. Could be a technique issue, though. I've used it for stuff before, but yeah, it's, you know, I just prefer the standard white overall. I usually have used it in sketchbooks. Do I have any here? These. So I have like these toned sketchbooks. These are ancient. When are these from? It's lucky I had these. I randomly pulled these out of a box while we were moving. I was like, oh, maybe I'll use this paper. These are from back when I was in LA, so this is oldest 2015 probably. These are from Life Drawing. All this Life Drawing? Not that. Probably from Game of Thrones or something. But this I remember. I remember this session at Bob Cotto's Drawing Club. Great place for life drawing. He always did costume life drawing, which was always my preference. Oh, I think we gotta stop after this zero, guys, because my neck is kind of... It's writhing against being held in the same position all this time. So yeah, you see, I'm not really using the white of I'm not using the gray to its maximum potential, you know? Because I really only hit key places with the white. Well, don't email that person. Another life drawing session. More life drawing. YouTube, please be kind. Abstract says, does the universe need a creator? No. It might have one, but why would it need it? Lila says, love how the white pops. Yeah, I think I don't use white enough to make good use of the tone paper. Yeah, I think if you're really going to use it, you gotta spend a lot of time with the white. This must have been Christmas life drawing because she's got a Santa hat on. Yeah, that makes sense. This, I'm trying to remember. Is this Kato's? Trying to remember. I can remember a costume much better than just a nude person, you know? I'm trying to remember if this is from Bob Cato's Drawing Club or if that's from the life drawing we would do after work. We used to get a model like this. This I remember. This was a model we hired to come into the office. And we drew them after work. This guy's a great model. Very popular around LA. I don't know what's in the tan one. Oh, this one is tan multimedia paper, so it's way thicker. I think I only did a couple things in this one, mostly with marker. I always preferred the gray to the tan, personally. I think some of these are on the channel, like way back in the YouTube. It's like all marker and pastel pencil. Piero says, hi, Steven. Thank you so much for your videos. Every time I feel like giving up on my art, your videos help me keep going. Now I even have fun making my silly art. Beautiful. That's what it's all about. I'm happy to help, truly. These are so cool. Never seen these. Same here. Oh, good one. These I know are like one of the, you guys have heard me say before, like the first 30 videos on the channel are like the core message of the channel, and no one really watches them. These, I remember, one of the videos, the art illustrating it is just me drawing this, you know. These two, I think this was one of them. I want to say. I don't quite remember. It was a trip down memory lane. I don't remember at all what's in here. I thought this might have been empty. I remember painting this. This one was more recent. I must have painted this in the past 3 years because I remember being in Astoria painting that. I must have pulled this out of a stack somewhere. Like there's probably a 6-year gap between this one and then that one, something like that. Yeah, kooky stuff. I think I was really going through it with this one. I have some vague memories of really having been going through it with that one, and this one. I think dark thoughts were front of mind while I was doing it. You know, I wasn't trying to illustrate those dark thoughts. It's just, and my artwork could look like this at any time. I just have a memory, a body memory of. Yeah, there was some real darkness while I was working on that one. But as I've said, I could be happy as a clam and I'd be totally liable to do a drawing like that. She's nice drawing, Steven. Yeah. I used to be good at drawing. Now I just do anime fan art. You know. How far I've fallen. But oh, how fallen. Seest thou yon dreary plain, forlorn and wild, the seat of desolation, save that which the glimmering of these livid flames cast pale and dreadful? Does the toner tan paper help you develop your shading skills better? I remember probably the first week that I used it. That was a real... It just made very, very clear the mental separation between the light and the shadow, because you're using two different tools for the light and the shadow. And that's true, you know, if you're like oil painting or something like that. But I hadn't really done a lot of that at that point. You don't really have that. It's like a little more direct than just putting different paint on the brush and you're holding the same brush. So I don't know. For me, it did make a difference. I didn't like keep doing it all the time, you know, but even just that one first week with it was like, right, they're separate worlds, the light and the shadow. You know, they could be depicted by two totally different media. No problem, Barbie Burninator. Happy to share. Always nice to pull a random sketchbook off the shelf and go down memory lane. Okay, so Zero, opposite of X, since he's left-handed, would be better to draw him the other way so that the Z-Saber is towards us, and I'm going to do something like tubes feeding it energy and things like that. I'll actually be able to see it then. Edwin Huang says, do you have a favorite anime? Just any and all harem anime. You know, I don't know why. It just really resonates with me. It's just something there I really connect with. And they're all equal. You know, as far as I'm concerned, there's no better or worse harem anime. They're all great. They're all my favorite. Abstract says, Steven, do you think art has reached its peak in terms of innovation and beauty? No. I think much more is possible. As to if we will go there, that's a different question. I guess it depends how you're asking. Like, are you asking like, is it possible that we won't go to the further peaks? I think that might be possible. I think that might be possible, actually. My webcam was drooping a lot. Sorry about that. Steven getting ready to do the dad all-nighters. I've probably got one ahead of me in a half hour. Trying to get used to it, trying to figure out the new schedule. Like the way today worked is I watched my kid from 7 to 6. And then I'm here streaming. And now I'm just praying to God he's actually asleep when I go downstairs. Mega Man needs a mega girl, Steven. Thank God they never did that. And keep Roll out of it. She's just a pun. It's like they almost did. It's like they were like, we need mega girl. And they drew Zero. And they were like, nah, you know what? Zero's a guy. And he's fucking awesome. And he's a robot, but he's a guy, by the way. So I don't know. I like that Zero. I feel like I'm good on that. Yeah. All right. We got a 0. No one can say we didn't get a 0. And I'm going to start winding down here. Because I'm feeling beat. I'm not going to ink them or anything right now. Maybe on another stream, but I would just blow it right now. I'm too tired. Zero. First sketches of X. There's our color sketches of X. And I think I wound up liking the third one the most. Our Wizard X, our Mage X. Zero has to use grade A conditioner for those flowing locks? Definitely. Oh, definitely. Without a doubt. Hold on a second. Freaking crap everywhere. The floor of my studio is always just littered with drawing pads. Like, there's no keeping them anywhere. They're just stacked on top of each other. 18 by 24s, 17 by 18s, all different paper types. It's a mess. Shady says you should do more of these. Love the first page. Yeah, that was fun. We'll do more designing this whole month. That's what I want to do. I don't know what we'll do for the next one. I'll try to think of something. You guys got any ideas? I'll do another poll. But like, maybe something different. Instead of redesigning characters, maybe we do environments for the next one or something like that. It's like I need to pick, if I say I'm going to do environments for the next one, I need to pick like some IPs that are sort of like a toss up or like a layup for that. Solid results for the evening. You knocked it out. Thanks, Anthony. I mean, 5 hours of streaming and these are all the sketches I did, but you know, I'm just like committing to like, I just got to show up for these nights. And who knows how long it's going to take, but at some point, my brain will rewire itself and move energetic, creative time to this time. I'm just going to trust that. It'll do it. Same way that it moved it to morning person for years and years. It'll find a way. Colfer says, how did you get into Mega Man, and what would you recommend for someone who wants to get into it? Oh man, just play Mega Man X, the classic. That's what got me into it. You know, I'd played regular Mega Man before, but I was like, felt very platformery. And then Mega Man X felt more like an action game. Still a platformer, obviously, but yeah, it felt more action-y. But yeah, play Mega Man X. It's so good. It's still good. It's still great. Odonata says, thank you once again for the live stream, the great art advice, and the philosophical discussions. Have a good night. No problem. My pleasure. Design courses on sale. Black Friday is right above me. I'm sure you can't miss it, but there it is. Just for people who are looking for the Black Friday deals, it's going until December 1st. All the versions of Form for Imagination are off, and Design Fundamentals has a big discount as well. Kyokusei says, excellent work, and certainly not anime as far as I can tell. If anyone has a Switch, the Mega Man X collection is on sale for $8. Dude. I've got that. I've got that. Yes, environments, please, says M. Insun. Maybe Devil May Cry. Ooh, Devil May Cry. Haven't thought about that in a long time. I liked that when I was a kid. Certainly not anime as far as I could tell. We're grazing anime here. All right, what else? Any final questions? Anything like that? Did I miss any burning questions earlier in the stream that anybody wants to ask? Whoops. blew up my stream chat. Simple question. Which markers did you use? Copics. I used the Copic markers. I used the Tombos a little. I like using these a lot, but the pen that I wound up using, they weren't playing nice together. It's making the pen run. Maybe draw a sea turtle, Steven. Why a sea turtle? I mean, you've got to explain yourself. Ononada Arts says, I had one. How did you learn anatomy and portraiture drawing painting? Or with what you know now, how would you recommend to learn anatomy, portrait drawing, and painting? Thank you. Anatomy and portrait drawing / painting are very different things. And they're huge to learn. I mean, I don't know how to answer how did I learn them because I'm still learning them. And they're just a lifelong study, you know? Anatomy, but anatomy is different because anatomy, a big part of anatomy is just medical knowledge that you can learn without really looking at it from an artistic lens. And I think that for a lot of people, that's actually a good way to start learning anatomy. It's like one of the first best things you can do to learn anatomy is just get like an anatomy coloring book, which does exist, and just label the muscles. Just be able to name them where they're pointing to and just color each one in a different color. It's a lot of names, right? And you don't really need to memorize them, right? You can even do it with a book open, but it's just about getting a general idea of how many are there. How many are there and where do they sit and things like that. And then go into the deeper layers of it. The deeper layers are things like origins and insertions, you know, where a muscle starts on what bone and what bone it goes to and where it inserts. And that, again, is just medical knowledge, right? You can actually learn it all just through words. You never need to see a picture of it, actually. But that stuff is really useful. It's really useful, and it makes understanding the artistic side of anatomy a lot easier, actually. For the artistic side, shapes of muscles, the forms that they make, I generally recommend people start out with something like Proco's free anatomy videos on the Proco channel. You know, the amount of their anatomy course that's free on YouTube, it's huge. You know, it's most of the anatomy course. It's you know, there's everything you need to know is in there. And I think that's the most accessible way for most people to start because it's got videos, it's got animations. I mean, there's lots of great books out there, but for most people, it's like if you can't learn it there, it's probably not going to be easier in Bridgman, you know? So I'd recommend for most people start there. Oh, and the portraiture part. Portraiture is less anatomical. The face is more about emotion and individuality than it is anatomy, right? There's some very useful bone structure to understand, like around this area, but like everything else is very malleable based on character and fat pads and things like that. So portraiture, Definitely less anatomical focus. Anatomy will only get you so far in portraiture. It's much more about, character and expression. So I would obviously go to life drawing, and draw people's faces a lot. Have your friends sit for you and things like that. But a study of expression and individuality will go a long way if you want to be a portrait artist. If you don't know the Instagram Earth's World, check that out. It's Earths with an S at the end and then World. They do have a great Instagram that's all candid photos of like crazy looking people at fairs. That's what it's all about. Jack Foster says, Steven, have you ever drawn a cow before? A moo cow, black and white spotted with an udder. A cow, hoofs. I don't think I have. And lucky too, because you're clearly a pervert for that. I mean, let the record show Jack Foster is a nasty, nasty pervert for spotted cows with udders. Joey, how are you, buddy? Marziliano Sculpt says, holy shot, still live? I just got home from the concert. Can't believe this sexy late night stream. I know, we're in it. We're really in this bitch. Jacob Tom says, Ray Bustos is making a coloring anatomy book coming out next year. You see? Great minds think alike. Abstract says, hey, Steven, how much money can I give you to draw just one anime character? My integrity is priceless. My integrity is absolutely priceless. Have you seen Pantheon? It's technically not an anime. I have not seen it. I should watch it because I have a couple friends, close friends who worked on it. Daryl says, Copics lay down very smoothly, but I only have a few grays. Haven't sprang for a colored set yet. Yeah, they're fucking expensive. They're fucking expensive. Tom Donovan says, UFO, I'm working on my sentient staff for design course. Nice. What about design a tree, spirit, ent, carving a face in a tree? Yeah, I am a sucker for anything tree-based. I just want something with a little more constraints, I think. This is like highly constrained, working within an IP. Scavenger's Reign. Yeah, I've been meaning to watch Scavenger's Reign. The like Mobius inspired look looks awesome. All right, folks, I'm done for the night. I'm going to go get some rest. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling on stream. I will see you all again very soon. I'm going to try to do a stream a week here. And I'm going to try to do Wednesdays. I had to push it because of my neck yesterday, but I will see you all next Wednesday. And yeah, watch out on the YouTube. Maybe I'll post a poll for the next thing that we're going to draw. And yeah, we'll be doing some designy stuff. I have some design stuff, just old stuff that I've been meaning to like finish, like the Yetis I was working on last night. We could maybe do that, but I don't know. I did also have fun just like putting out some options and seeing what people gravitated towards. So maybe it would be fun to do that again. All right, everyone. Have a great night. Happy drawing if you're drawing. Goodbye to learning about art. Goodbye to Yuri Huang. Goodbye to Trent Underwood. Goodbye to Daryl Grant. Goodbye to Abstract. Suplex Mess. Carrots. Colin Gallagher is not 42. Erst, Kyokusei, NM August, Kyo says, bye-bye. Thanks for the long stream. My pleasure, truly. Thank you for being here. Bye to Tom Donovan, To Fioretto, Jacob Toms, Abstract, Joey Mars. All right, everybody. Peace. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye, everyone.